Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome here to the Launchpad and our live docking coverage of Cygnus NG-21 on its way to the International Space Station. We are now just 3 hours, 20 minutes away from Cygnus being captured by the Canada arm at the International Space Station. We expect live views to begin in just over an hour or so. As Cygnus approaches the International Space Station after a bumpy journey with some issues with its solar panels and thrusters, but NASA has been able to rectify all of those, get it back on track, and they are going for a docking today. Cygnus 21 bringing a cargo resupply mission to the International Space Station. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad. Here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow because we believe that space is better together, and we're glad to have you all joining us here live tonight. We'll be staying live through the capture, but also the installation of Cygnus on board the International Space Station. We're also working to bring up our live track here of the current location of the ISS while we continue to follow and await NASA to begin their live coverage. Once they do so, we will, of course, patch that in and follow along as they continue to journey Cygnus to the ISS. If you have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad, and I'll work on answering those live. Also, make sure to subscribe so you never miss another live launch coverage, docking, undocking, or return to Earth, all right here on TLP. Also, join us over on the TLP Discord. That's where our community hangs out in between streams. We would love to see you in there. I'm going to jump in general comms and be hanging out there, so you can also join us there as we await Cygnus' arrival at the International Space Station. Now, all eyes are on the ISS as we still await the updated plans on what's happening with Starliner, as they were set to leave a while ago, and Crew 9 is set to launch in just over a week and a half's time. We are hearing reports that it is likely that Crew 9 will be slipping possibly into next month, if not longer, all dependent on what happens with the timeline of Starliner being basically stuck at the International Space Station. Crews continue to monitor its conditions and whether it will be ready to depart safely and be able to bring the crew home, or whether NASA will need to look at some sort of other backup opportunity. We, of course, will be bringing you up-to-date information on that as we continue closer and closer to well, we don't have a date, but once we have a date, we will be bringing you constant updates and, of course, live coverage of all of that as we get closer and closer to their departure in one way or another. Lots of people jumping in from all over the world. Take a moment, let us know in the chat where you're watching from. We'll do some shout-outs here as we continue to follow along. We do have the live station-to-ground communications also patched in, so any communications from Johnson or from Moscow that head up to the ISS, you'll be able to hear fully live. Right now they are still quiet, but we do expect those to start to pick up here in the coming hour or so.
Good morning, Space Cowboy. You ready to wrangle a spacecraft today?
Yeehaw! Yeah, I was wondering if I could step into steps 1 and 2 Cygnus capture early so we can hop in cupola early before we have to close the shutters.
Go for it, Matt.
We'll go. And so step 1 for me is to verify with the Mission Control Houston that the MSS is configured for hot backup.
Matt, we are configured for hot backup, and you're going to perform steps 1 and 2 of 1.110 Cygnus capture.
Executing.
Houston Station at 6 for command link verify.
Good morning, Jeanette. You are go to activate Cygnus nav lights for 1.203 Cygnus PCS command and C2V2 link verification.
Excellent, thank you. Houston Station on Space Ground 2. The command path LED is on. Nav lights activated on PCS command.
Houston copies.
RMS and RWS configured for monitoring Cygnus approach.
Matt, this is Houston. We copy. We see that you missed step 1.1. Could we have you repeat that for the land hand controller count in the lab?
Copy. Yeah, that makes more sense, Houston. That's kind of funny. We actually had a conversation like, I wonder why this is in the procedure. We don't see it. Somehow we like, why didn't we have to do that? But it's there. Thanks.
Spoiler alert, it is in the procedure. Station Houston on Space Ground 2. ADV-3 approach initiation burn complete. Expect to begin using 1.102 Cygnus approach and retreat monitoring shortly when Cygnus range reaches 1,000 meters. And Matt, thank you. We did see a good lab hand control calibration.
Copy.
Welcome to Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center, where we are live preparing for the arrival of Northrop Grumman's 21st cargo resupply mission to the International Space Station. For our coverage today, first up, NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic will use the station's robotic arm to grapple or grasp the Cygnus cargo spacecraft, with NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps acting as his backup. We will take a brief break, and then we will be back on air to cover the final installation of Cygnus to the station, and that's going to be performed by the mission control team here in Houston. That initial capture by the NASA astronauts is currently scheduled to take place at approximately 3:10 a.m. Eastern Time, 2:10 a.m. Central Time. Thank you for joining us. This is Mission Control Houston. And we have a tally-ho with the vehicle here in Mission Control Houston. This is a cargo spacecraft that launched at 11:02 a.m. Eastern Time, 10:02 a.m. Central Time on Sunday.
Houston Station on Space to Ground 2. Cygnus is in sight.
Houston copies. Tally ho.
And you just heard NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps confirm that also on station, they can see the Cygnus cargo spacecraft in view. That's what that tally-ho means. We are entering an orbital sunrise, so we should get better views here of the vehicle shortly. About 15 minutes ago, the team successfully conducted the ADV-3 burn. That's the approach initiation burn. It's going to allow Cygnus to position itself directly below the station. Coming up here in just a few minutes is going to be the ADV-4 burn. This is going to be a burn that changes the speed and direction of Cygnus. That's going to have it rendezvous to a 250-meter hold position. That's going to be our next milestone that we're looking for. Our capture is scheduled for that 3:10 a.m. Eastern Time, 2:10 a.m. Central Time. And on board the International Space Station, we have NASA astronauts Matthew Dominic and Jeanette Epps, currently in the space station's cupola at the robotics workstation. And they're going to be using the controls in there to maneuver the space station's robotic arm to actually capture the Cygnus spacecraft. You heard NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps a little bit ago communicating with the mission control team here in Houston.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2. Reminder for all ISS crew that Cygnus Trider viewing constraints now apply. To prevent potential eye damage during Cygnus approach, cease using binoculars and DSLR cameras with uncovered viewfinders.
Station copies.
We are a little under 90 seconds from that next burn that's going to position us at that 250-meter hold point. This is Northrop Grumman's 10th contracted resupply mission for NASA under the Commercial Resupply Service, or CRS-2 contract. It's their 21st total resupply mission in total. There is no crew on board. This is cargo that is arriving, over 8,400 pounds of it, including important experiments, hardware, and supplies to the crew living and working in space right now. Here on your screen, you can see some statistics of what we have on Cygnus. We have crew supplies, those science investigations, also some spacewalk equipment, vehicle hardware, and other computer resources, putting us in at over 8,400 pounds. For some more statistics about our launch, this vehicle launched aboard a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket from Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. And that AD4 burn is underway. We are currently in joint operations with Northrop Grumman's Mission Control. They are located in Dulles, Virginia, and NASA, we are here in Mission Control, Houston. Now at that 250-meter hold point, that's really important because it's going to then bring us into what's called the keep-out sphere. So the approach ellipsoid and the keep-out sphere are two invisible lines around the station. They are monitored by the flight controllers and they are used to govern vehicles approaching and leaving the station. We do currently have a expected video outage. We are not expected to have this during our capture and installation, so we are expected to have views during that. As the space station flies around the Earth, our communication paths need to transfer between satellites, so we are just in one of these handover periods right now. While we're waiting on our video to resume, you can see live views of mission control here in Houston. Our flight director today is Elias Mirmo. He's part of the class of the 2022 flight directors. He joined NASA in 2008 in the Flight Operation Directorate's Mission Systems Division, working on Mission Control Center systems and information technology infrastructure. He became a communication radio frequency onboard network utilization specialist in 2010, logged more than 2,000 hours at console in support of the International Space Station expeditions 32 through 50. He has also served as lead of the Exploration Flight Dynamics and Operations Group, which is responsible for the training and certification of flight dynamics officers for Artemis missions. He was raised in Naples, Florida, graduated from the University of Central Florida in Orlando with a Bachelor of Science degree in computer science. As in the Apollo days, the flight director here in Mission Control Houston has absolute authority and responsibility over the success of this mission. The voice you actually hear going out on our loops is going to be our Capcom position. They are actually the voice link between the mission control team here in Houston and the crew on board the station. Today, the voice of that Capcom is David Brenna. The space station is currently flying over Ethiopia, and that previous burn that we did, the ADV-3, that approach initiation burn, allowed Cygnus to position itself directly below the station. So now we are onto that ADV-4 burn. It's going to have it rendezvous to that 250-meter hold position. Teams are going to pull go, no go for the vehicle to enter into that keep out sphere. So right now we are in the approach ellipsoid. It allows for 24 hours of safety if the vehicle happened to lose control. Once we're in that keep out sphere, it allows for 4 orbits of safety, so it's much closer to the space station. It's also going to give the crew on station command capabilities, so they would be able to initiate an abort if necessary. However, all is looking good. We are still on track for that approximate 3:10 a.m. Eastern Time, 2:10 a.m. Central Time capture. "250 meters is not the only place that Cygnus is going to hold today. We're also going to hold at the 30-meter point. And then finally, we're going to move in until about we're 10 meters away from the station. At that point, NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic is going to bring the space station's robotic arm to the spacecraft and actually capture it. At the end of the robotic arm is the lead, also known as the latching end effector, essentially the hand of the arm. Inside of that, there are those latches and snares that are going to grab onto the target on Cygnus. We do have a camera on the end of the lead, so we are expected to get views of when Dominic actually makes that final grasping of the spacecraft. Cygnus is officially under 300 meters away from the space station. While we are waiting for it to rendezvous to that 250-meter hold point, we do have some recap footage of Cygnus's launch that we can take a look at. If you are just joining us, Northrop Grumman's Cygnus spacecraft is continuing on its way to the International Space Station. Following a launch, you see recap footage here. It launched at 11:02 a.m. Eastern Time, August 4th, on a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket from the SpaceX Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. The spacecraft completed the deployment of its 2 solar arrays at 2:21 p.m. the same day. Shortly after launch on Sunday, the spacecraft performed as designed by canceling a scheduled engine burn due to a slightly low initial pressure reading that was flagged by the Cygnus onboard detection system. However, engineers at Northrop Grumman's Mission Control Center in Dulles, Virginia, evaluated the pressure reading, confirmed it was acceptable, and reworked the burn plan so that we are arriving at the space station at our original expected time, that 3:10 a.m. Eastern Time, 2:10 a.m. Central Time. Cygnus was developed by Northrop Grumman and is a part of NASA's Commercial Resupply Services program for the International Space Station. It's an unpiloted, fully autonomous spacecraft, can be monitored and controlled by astronauts on board the International Space Station, and also, of course, Northrop Grumman's Mission Control team in Dulles, Virginia. There are 3 main elements of the spacecraft. We have a service module, which handles its power, propulsion, and navigation, the pressurized cargo module, where those 8,400 pounds of important cargo is located, and then also a berthing mechanism that is going to allow it to be installed to the space station. Cygnus is expected to remain docked to the station for about 6 months. At the end of its mission, It is going to dispose of trash and other obsolete equipment by deorbiting and safely burning up over the Pacific Ocean. So this is Northrop Grumman's 21st cargo resupply mission to the International Space Station. This Cygnus also has a special name. It is a tradition to name Cygnus after a pioneer in space exploration who is deceased. This cargo spacecraft is named the SS Dick Scobie. It is named in memory of NASA astronaut Richard Dick Scobie. He was a United States Air Force pilot and Vietnam veteran. He was selected as an astronaut in 1978 and chosen as a pilot of the STS-41C mission, where he logged 168 hours in space. In 1986, he served as commander of the Challenger spacecraft for the STS-51L mission, where he and his 6 crewmates lost their lives shortly after launch. Scobie was posthumously awarded the Congressional Space Medal of Honor in 2004 by former President George Bush. Coming up at just about a minute until Cygnus reaches that 250-meter hold point. Again, those teams are going to poll go, no go for it to proceed to its next milestone. It's going to bring it inside that keep out sphere. And next, we are going to be holding at the 30-meter point away from the station. Cygnus is arriving at that 250-meter hold point, and that go, no go poll is going to begin shortly.
Houston, station on 2, proceed CCP.
We are with you on 2, TC, go ahead.
NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps is there on station assisting NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic with Cygnus's grappling today. While he focuses on the controls, you might hear her call down more often to the mission control teams here in Houston.
With you on 2, Tracy, go ahead. Sorry, we were tracking through some blockers there.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, Alec brought me a CCCP that had a battery fail, so I just wanted to make you guys aware and get the deets on the spare batteries, and if I had to go to just change that out.
Hey, Tracy, could we get a serial number from that CSACP?
Sure. Stand by. 1071.
Station Houston on Spacer Ground 2. Confirm Cygnus 250-meter hold for step 2 and 1.102.
Copy. Station copy.
You heard a little bit ago the voice of NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson call down. There are still other activities going on board the station. However, they might move those over to other loops once we get closer to the grappling of Cygnus.
Houston station on Space Ground 2 for step 2. We can verify that the gray quarter is displayed on the overlay, and we can verify that the PCS Cygnus command panel LED is as shown in step 1.102 for the hold. And we have a good frame count, and the pry range is 251.
Houston copies all.
And Houston for a block Bravo. And for a block Bravo, we can confirm that the light is inside the corridor, the vehicle size matches, the light is offset about a half vehicle width starboard, and then the circle is about 1.5 vehicle width port of the corridor center. And that's in monitor 1. In monitor 3, we have almost the same, except that the light is within the circle.
And Jeanette, thanks. We copy all.
So this is the view inside the cupola that NASA astronauts Matthew Dominic and Jeanette Epps are looking at. A little bit ago, she was reading out some data from this to the teams here in Mission Control. Want to point your attention to the bottom right of the screen. You can see VV2 ISS. That's visiting vehicle to the International Space Station, and you can see we are at that 250 meters. At that robotics workstation, of course, it's in the cupola. That's that area, iconic area of the International Space Station.
Station Houston on Spacecraft 2. Cygnus and ISS are configured for approach inside the keep-out sphere. Expect approach to resume shortly and stand by for the Cygnus PCS command checkout.
Station copy.
And you just heard, we are a go for Cygnus to continue its approach to the International Space Station. It's going to enter that keep-out sphere. Our next milestone is going to be that 30-meter hold point. Inside the cupola at that robotics workstation are NASA astronauts Matthew Dominic and NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps. Epps is serving as the second set of eyes. Dominic is going to...
Station Houston on 2. Cygnus has resumed approach. Go for Cygnus PCS command checkout. Hold arm per step 3 and 1.102.
Station copies and in work.
There are a series of steps that Epps and Dominic are going to move through together. You can hear them calling out those steps back and forth with mission control as Cygnus approaches. At the robotics workstation, they have 3 different monitors. They can also change camera views to get different perspectives of Cygnus. And there you can see in the bottom right that our range has decreased from 250 and is continuing to go down as Cygnus gets closer to the station. Now, to actually grapple or grasp Cygnus today, they're going to be using the space station's robotic arm. Again, we just entered one of those expected loss of signals as the data is handed over to those different satellites. To grapple Cygnus today, Dominic is going to be using the space station's robotic arm. This is
Houston, how copy?
Jeanette, we're with you on 2. If you called, I did not get your last.
Okay, the hold command is armed.
Okay, Jeanette, we copy and hold arm is confirmed. You are go for Cygnus PCS command checkout disarm per step 4 and 1.102.
Copy, step 4 in work.
This robotic arm is also known as the Canadarm2 or the SSRMS. That's the Space Station Remote Manipulator System. It's part of the Canadian Space Agency's contribution to the International Space Station. It's 57.7 feet long when it's fully extended, and it was extensively used in the assembly of the space station. It lends a helping hand to perform station maintenance, move supplies, equipment, and even astronauts during spacewalks.
Houston Station on 2, the whole command is disarmed.
Jeanette, we copy. Cygnus PCS command checkout was successful. Begin monitoring approach from 250 meters per step 5 and 1.102.
Copy, step 5 in work.
Now less than 200 meters from the International Space Station. Today we will get to see also how the robotic arm performs these cosmic catches by grappling visiting vehicles and then enabling them to be installed to the International Space Station. When NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps is confirming working through these steps. Here in Mission Control Houston, the ICE position is confirming that data on our side. ICE is the Integration Systems Engineer. They're responsible for monitoring key systems and operations of the visiting vehicles approaching and eventually being installed or mating to the U.S. segment of the International Space Station. Our ICE console position is Lisa Malam.
Houston Station on 2 for Block Bravo.
With you on 2.
Okay, the light is in the corridor. Vehicle size matches. And this is for monitor 1. The light is slightly offset starboard from the circle. And then the circle is slightly starboard and slightly aft in monitor 1. And for monitor 3, the light is in the corridor, the vehicle size matches, the light is in the circle, and the circle is slightly offset starboard of the center of the corridor.
Okay, Jeanette, we copy all, no concerns. Cygnus is inside the 200-meter keep-out sphere. Crew now has the authority to issue an abort if no comm with Houston, and the light is outside the corridor. Also a reminder that for TRIDAR within 40 meters, this is for all the crew to prevent potential eye damage during Cygnus approach due to TRIDAR. Cease viewing Cygnus from all windows except cupola once we get to 40.
And station copies off.
NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps walking through some of the data you just saw, or you do see on your screen right now. As Cygnus moves toward that 30-meter hold point, we're right at 150 meters. We will continue to hear any audio that comes down from the crew to the mission control team here in Houston. In the meantime, while we're waiting on Cygnus to reach that next milestone, let's talk about some of the important research that is on board. First up is an experiment to understand gravitational effects on filtration systems. The packed bead reactor experiment water recovery series investigates how gravity affects two-phase flow or simultaneous movement of gas and liquid through porous media. Teams will evaluate 8 different test articles representing components found in the space station's water processor or urine processor to understand two-phase flows for both liquid and gas in microgravity. Packed bed reactors are structures that use packing of objects, usually pellet-like catalysts, You can see an image in the bottom right of your screen of an example of that. These are various shapes and materials to increase contact between different phases of fluids. Systems are used for a variety of applications, such as water recovery, thermal management, and fuel cells, and the experiment develops a set of guidelines and tools to optimize their design and operation for water filtration and other systems in microgravity and eventually on the Moon and Mars. Insights from the investigation could also lead to improvements in this technology for applications on Earth, such as water purification and heating and cooling systems. Next up, balloon sounds in space. This is demonstrations as part of NASA's Next Gen STEM. STEM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. This is a project from that program where these projects are performed and recorded by astronauts on the space station. Each NASA demonstration illustrates a different scientific concept and includes resources to help teachers further explore the topics with their students. So for this one, astronauts are going to demonstrate centripetal force on the space station using a penny, a hex nut, and 2 clear balloons. The penny and the hex nut are whirled inside of the inflated balloon to compare the sounds made in a microgravity environment. Understanding spaceflight effects on DNA is extremely important. Next up is an ESA experiment from the European Space Agency. It's an investigation explores how spaceflight affects DNA.
Station Houston on 2 for Tracy and CSACP.
Go ahead for CSACP.
Hey Tracy, we have a procedure reference and the stowage locations for you. The procedure is 2.5.760 for a CSACP battery changeout, and I have a stowage location when you're ready to copy.
You copy.
All right, that is Lab 1, Overhead 5, Alpha 2. Should be in a 24 by 24 Ziploc. And if you could please report the serial number of the new battery.
Okay, I'll get that in work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Back to our science here on this experiment is investigating those DNA repair mechanisms in microscopic organisms. These tiny but complex organisms are known for their ability to withstand harsh conditions, including radiation doses 100 times higher than what human cells can survive. Researchers are going to culture them in an incubator facility on the space station. After they become exposed to microgravity conditions.
What should I do with the failed CSACP battery? It was actually saying on the display battery failed or something to that effect.
And Tracy, we copied your question. We're thinking about it and we're checking. We'll have to get back to you.
Sure.
NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson working with mission control teams here in Houston on a battery swap. This is a separate activity from our Cygnus arrival today. Finishing out on this experiment, so after those organisms are exposed to the microgravity conditions, it's going to provide insights into how space flights will affect their ability to repair sections of damaged DNA. This could improve our general understanding of DNA damage and repair mechanisms, also for applications on Earth.
Station Houston on Space Ground 2 for T2. We currently see T2 is in use. Just a reminder that there's a no T2 exercise constraint during Cygnus capture.
Yeah, we copy it as now not in use, so we're good.
Houston copies.
You just heard Capcom here in Houston call up to the crew. The astronauts on board have to stop any daily exercises during Cygnus's arrival. This is to ensure no impactful vibrations or any movements of the station occur. Extremely important, especially while Dominic is operating that robotic arm to grapple Cygnus. Today, you might also hear a call out on the loop that DSATs are inhibited. So these are automatic thrusters on board the space station that keep it in its correct position. So we don't want those to go off and also interrupt the capture or installation of Cygnus. So throughout our coverage today, you might hear that come out over the loops as well. We are about less than 1 hour from that anticipated capture time of 3:10 a.m. Eastern Time, 2:10 a.m. Central Time. The preference is for Cygnus to be captured during an orbital daytime. We are going to be entering an orbital nighttime here shortly, but remember the space station goes through about 16 orbits in a 24-hour period. There are backup capture opportunities planned for today as well. So if for some reason that first capture attempt fails, we do have backup attempts. However, that first one is still on target for the 3:10 a.m. Eastern Time, 2:10 a.m. Central Time. So again, we do want acceptable lighting conditions for that grappling of Cygnus. So once we enter back from this upcoming orbital nighttime, that is when NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic will be able to utilize the robotic arm to grasp Cygnus. You are looking at live views of the Northrop Grumman 21st cargo resupply mission to the International Space Station, now less than 60 meters away. Once it arrives at that next 30-meter hold point, teams will perform a go, no-go for it to approach the station. However, again, we are entering that orbital nighttime, so we are going to wait until we are back in an orbital daytime for that capture to proceed. There is no crew on board Cygnus today. It is flying autonomously. Northrop Grumman's engineers in their flight control room in Dulles, Virginia, are able to send those commands to Cygnus. On board is over 8,400 pounds of important experiments, hardware, and supplies that's going to be delivered to the crew living and working in space right now. This is a contracted resupply mission for NASA under the Commercial Resupply Services 2 contract. NASA's commercial space program has enabled successful partnerships with American companies to resupply the International Space Station. Through this strategy, NASA is delivering on its goal of achieving safe, reliable, and cost-effective access to and from the International Space Station. On our arrival process today, first Cygnus is going to maneuver close to the International Space Station, where the robotic arm will grapple it. Next up, teams here in Mission Control Houston are going to actually then install it on the space station. It's going to be going on the nadir port, or the Earth-facing port, of the Unity module. After NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic grapples the Cygnus spacecraft, we are going to take a brief break, and then we will be back on air for that installation of the spacecraft to the station. Teams are going to begin polling here shortly for that go, no go to advance beyond that 30-meter hold point. Right now, the vehicle is inside that keep out sphere, the invisible line around the station. The crew also now has on-orbit command capabilities in case something were to go wrong. They can execute an abort on their side. You can see our sunlight begin to fade as we enter that orbital nighttime. As our sunlight starts to fade, we should still be able to keep those views of Cygnus's navigation lights. The other dots, the very tiny dots you're seeing on your screen, those are actually dead pixels from radiation exposure from the cameras on board the International Space Station. Just like on a boat, the red navigation light indicates the port side of the spacecraft, and the green light indicates the starboard side.
Station Houston on Space Ground 2. Confirm 30-meter hold and set up for capture per step 6 in 1.102.
Copies. We can verify that the pry range is 30 meters.
Teams are conducting that final go, no go. The go, no go for the final approach. You can see on your screen here a live view. This is what NASA astronauts Matthew Dominic and Jeanette Epps are looking at on board station right now. You can see they just confirmed in that bottom right screen that Cygnus is holding at that 30-meter hold point. During our coverage today, you're going to hear us refer to the installation of Cygnus as berthing. So this is actually different than docking. Docking is different in its interface. Docking allows for the vehicle to push in and uses hooks to secure its position. Those docking ports are smaller, but allow for a lot of flexibility. In comparison, berthing is like installing two spacecrafts together. It's similar to how the International Space Station was originally mated together. So the opening is a lot wider, benefit here is it can take larger payloads through that common berthing mechanisms. Our NASA astronauts use that robotic arm to grapple it. We're going to take a brief break. We'll be back on air for the installation coverage, and the installation coverage is actually going to occur from the ground, from the robotics or robo position here in Mission Control Houston. ROBO stands for the Robotics Operations Systems Officer. They are responsible for the mobile servicing system operations. They manage the external and internal MSS systems and related task and arm trajectories. On console today doing that installation coverage is Casey Chen. He is going to take control of the arm and he will conduct that final berthing to the station. It's going to drive in those latches and hooks that is going to securely berth it to that nadir port. That's the Earth-facing port of the Unity module. First up, we are going to grapple or grasp Cygnus, and that's going to be done on board the station by NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic. NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps is acting as his backup. He's going to be using a joystick controller to do that. Part of his training, or all of the astronauts' training that occurs here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, is actually using a simulator to practice this. They also practiced ahead of today's arrival. They practiced that on board as well. Flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston have detailed sets of procedures, different actions, contingency plans they can take. We're reviewing all of those right now. ICE, the integration systems engineer, is responsible for monitoring key systems and operations of the visiting vehicles approaching and mating to the U.S. segment of the International Space Station. We also discussed Robo's responsibilities for today. So we are at that 30-meter hold point. Everything is proceeding nominally. However, we do have to wait until we are out of that orbital nighttime in order to proceed with the capture of Cygnus. It's a tradition to name the Cygnus spacecraft after a pioneer in space exploration who is deceased. This is Northrop Grumman's 21st cargo resupply mission to the International Space Station, and it is named in memory of NASA astronaut Richard Dick Scobie. He was a United States Air Force pilot and Vietnam veteran. He was selected as an astronaut in 1978 and chosen as a pilot of the STS-41C mission, where he logged 168 hours in space. In 1986, he served as commander of the Challenger spacecraft for the STS-51L mission.
Houston, station on 2. The crew is ready for Cygnus approach to the capture point.
Houston copies, and we'll be waiting until about 0648 to depart 30 meters.
NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps on board, letting the ground teams on Earth know that they are ready to receive Cygnus. However, because we are in that orbital daytime, we are still holding at that 30-meter mark. Estimating about 10 more minutes here before we depart for that 10-meter capture point. Back to Scobie. He was commander of the Challenger spacecraft for the STS-51L mission when he and his 6 crewmates lost their lives shortly after launch. He was posthumously awarded the Congressional Space Medal of Honor in 2004 by former President George W. Bush. On board Cygnus today is over 8,400 pounds of cargo. On that is important science investigations, but also is hardware, crew supplies, and other equipment. The International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, or IROSA Modification Kit 8, is on board. This upgrade kit consists of power cables and large structural components such as a backbone, mounting brackets, and 2 sets of struts. This kit will support the installation of the 8th set of rollout solar arrays located on the S6 truss segment of the orbiting laboratory. That's expected to happen in 2025. The new arrays are designed to augment the station's original solar arrays, which have degraded over time. These replacement solar arrays are installed on top of the existing solar arrays to provide a net increase in power. Each array generates more than 20 kilowatts of power. Also on board is a plant habitat environmental control system. This is a component of the advanced plant habitat, and it controls temperature, humidity, and airflow in the growth chamber. It's an enclosed, fully automated plant growth facility that will conduct plant bioscience research in orbit for up to 135 days and complete at least 1 year of continuous operation without maintenance. And just to clarify on that IROSA modification kit, it is just the kit that is arriving on Cygnus today. The upgrade kit consists of power cables, large structural components such as the backbone mounting brackets, and 2 sets of struts. It's going to support the installation of the actual solar arrays. So just on Cygnus Day, it's just the modification kit. For a brief recap of Cygnus's journey to the International Space Station, it launched at 11:02 a.m. Eastern Time on August 4th on a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket from the Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. Have another expected loss of signal occurring right now. Again, we are expected to have those live views for the actual capture of Cygnus. In the meantime, you are looking at live views of mission control here in Houston. Elias Mirmo is our flight director today. He is part of the class of the 2022 flight directors. He joined NASA in 2008 in the Flight Operation Directorate's Mission Systems Division, working on Mission Control Center systems and information technology infrastructure. He was raised in Naples, Florida, graduated from the University of Central Florida in Orlando with a Bachelor of Science degree in computer science. Today, he is leading the flight control team. He's responsible for real-time crew safety, vehicle safety, and mission success. As in the Apollo era, the flight director has ultimate decision authority and responsibility for the mission. However, it's not his voice you've been hearing on the loops talking with the crew. That's been actually the CAPCOM position, or capsule communicator. So on your screen, the second row of desks from the back on the left, that first desk is going to be your flight director. Next to him is going to be our CAPCOM. That's the capsule communicator, the voice link between the crew and the flight control team. Here you can see a closer view there. So the one in the middle is our CAPCOM, and then our flight director is the bottom right. And our CAPCOM today is David Brenna. He's the voice that you are hearing talking up to the crew on board the International Space Station.
Station Houston on space to ground 2. Cygnus is ready to proceed to the capture point. Expect approach to resume shortly.
Mission copies.
And we are go to proceed to that capture point. It's going to be about 10 meters from the space station. Again, though, we are going to wait until we are in an orbital daytime for NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic to start moving that robotic arm towards Cygnus. At the end of the arm is the LEE, L-E-E, latching end effector. It can be thought of as the hand of the arm, and inside are those latches and snares that are going to grab onto a target on Cygnus. That's going to be a target that Dominic has practiced with simulators both here at Johnson Space Center in Houston and also on board the International Space Station. Dominic is a Colorado native. He earned a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering from the University of San Diego and a Master of Science degree in Systems Engineering from the Naval Postgraduate School.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2. Cygnus has resumed approach to the capture point. Monitor approach within 30 meters per step 7 in 1.102.
Station copies. We see the prior range decreasing, and for a block Bravo, the light is, for both monitors, the light is within the corridor, the vehicle size matches, the light is in the circle, and the circle is centered in the corridor.
Houston copies, good block Bravo.
That was the voice of NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps. She is serving as the backup for Dominic today. While he focuses on the controllers, we will probably hear her voice quite often, taking over the task of talking with the mission control teams here in Houston. You can see her screen that she is looking at right now live on board the International Space Station. Epps was selected by NASA in 2009 as an astronaut. She is a New York native and was a NASA fellow during graduate school. She's authored several journal and conference articles describing her research. She also worked for Ford Motor Company, where she received both a provisional patent and a U.S. patent for her research. From there, she joined the Central Intelligence Agency for 7 years, working as a technical intelligence officer before becoming an astronaut. She has a Bachelor of Science in Physics, a Master of Science, and a Doctorate of Philosophy in Aerospace Engineering. That one came from the University of Maryland. Her graduate research involved extensive testing of composite swept-tip beams, comparative analysis of analytical models, and experimental data for shape memory alloys, and the application of shape memory alloy actuators for tracking helicopter rotor blades. Both NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic and Jeanette Epps are a part of Crew 8. They launched on March 4th of this year to the International Space Station. Here is a picture of everyone that's currently on board the station right now. We have Commander Oleg Kononenko, Nikolai Chub, NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson, NASA astronaut Mike Barrett, NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic, NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps. We have Alexander Grobenkin, and also our Starliner astronauts, Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore. Cygnus is less than 17 meters from the International Space Station. Although it is an orbital nighttime, Cygnus is flying autonomously, so it does not need the sunlight to reach this next capture point. However, we do need that. We are still targeting that 2 a.m. Central Time, 3:10 a.m. Eastern Time capture of Cygnus. Once Cygnus arrives at that about 10-meter arrival point, teams are going to give that final go, no go for capture. NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic is prime to utilize the controllers aboard the International Space Station, that robotic arm to grapple Cygnus. Both he and NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps are currently inside the space station's cupola at the robotic workstation.
Station Houston on 2. Confirm capture point hold for step 8 and 1.102.
Code copies, and we see the visiting vehicle mode as CP hold.
Houston copies.
And we have reached that hold point of Cygnus. You can see on your screen just how close it is. In the bottom right of the screen, it's a little hard to see, but that is the space station's robotic arm right there. Right now, we are just waiting on those optimal lighting conditions, and teams are polling for that go, no go for capture right now.
Houston in Block 8. We are good with everything except the sun is going to be right in our face for the next maybe 5 minutes as the sunrise happens, and then we should be good to go after that.
Hey, Matt, we copy. No concerns here. Waiting until you're good with lighting. And stand by for capture.
Yeah, we are holding. We are now proceeding into step 4. We have the cupola windows open the forward side for situational awareness, and the sun's pretty bright, so we'll let the sun come up a little bit, and then we should be go after that, if you concur.
We copy.
A bright but beautiful sunrise as the International Space Station is flying over the South Atlantic Ocean. Once we receive those optimal lighting conditions, the crew on board is going to receive that final go for capture, so we are just waiting for that.
Station Houston on 2. We are go for Cygnus capture sequence, step 4 and 1.110. Cygnus capture. Begin monitoring the backway cue card as soon as you're ready.
Copies, and we'll let you know when we're ready.
Here on your screen, you can see on the left, that is the space station's robotic arm that NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic is going to be controlling. He's going to push that into Cygnus and grapple onto it. NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps is assisting him, serving as his second set of eyes. You'll also hear her call down to the crew in mission control. The astronauts do have the go from ground teams here on Earth to proceed with capture.
Houston Station on Space Ground 2. We're in step 4.2, and we're waiting to capture for lighting conditions.
Houston copies.
Is standing by for better lighting conditions. We did just recently exit that orbital nighttime and are into that orbital daytime right now. This is a live view of Cygnus and the robotic arm on the left. The robotic arm has not started to move yet. Again, the crew is waiting for better lighting conditions. At the end of the robotic arm is the lead. That's the latching end effector, the hand of the arm. There are latches and snares that are going to grab onto the target. NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic is going to maneuver that arm so that it can grab onto the
Station on 2. We're ready with the lighting, and we can complete step 4.2 on your go.
Houston copies. Go for it.
NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps on board the space station confirmed that they are good to proceed with capture. However, the robotic arm is not currently moving yet. You are seeing live views of that capture on your screen right now. And we have confirmed movement. The crew is pushing in the robotic arm to Cygnus. We do have a camera at the end of that lee, or the latching end effector. You're seeing live views now as NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic pushes in the robotic arm to Cygnus. The circle towards the bottom is actually the grapple target. Dominic is going to be aiming for that horizontal bar just above it. The fixtures on the robotic arm are going to engage with that circular pinwheel shape that is directly below the horizontal bar. Two meters away. One meter. 2:11 a.m. Central Time, 3:11 a.m. Eastern Time, while the space station flew over the South Atlantic Ocean, Northrop Grumman's 21st commercial resupply service mission was successfully captured at the hands of NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic. The Cygnus cargo spacecraft, as you see on your screen, is now securely attached to the space station's robotic arm. Next up is going to be the installation of the Cygnus spacecraft. That is actually going to be done by the ground team here in Mission Control Houston. For now, NASA astronauts Matthew Dominic and Jeanette Epps are relieved from their duties, will go on to their tasks for the day. We are going to take a brief break on our coverage, and we will be back for that installation.
Houston Station on 2, Cygnus capture is complete.
Go for Cygnus post-capture reconfiguration. You know, the space station brings a lot of visiting vehicles aboard, and we make it seem regular, but there's nothing regular about making one space station connect to another. It's incredible every single time. Welcome aboard the space station, Dick Scobie.
Houston copies all and concurs. This has been an incredible effort from both our Northrop Grumman and NASA teams, and all the way from mission planning and preparation leading up to launch, and especially over the past 48 hours of mission execution. Outstanding work today to y'all, and congrats on successfully capturing the 21st Cygnus and 50th visiting vehicle to the International Space Station. Why don't y'all go celebrate with some ice cream?
Did you say 50th? It's incredible. What an incredible group of teams from around the planet make this happen every single time. Thank you, guys. Happen every single time. Thank you, guys.
You heard wonderful congratulatory remarks. Northrop Grumman's Cygnus spacecraft, supporting the Northrop Grumman's 21st commercial resupply service mission to the International Space Station, has been successfully grappled at the hands of NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic, with NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps serving as his backup. 2:11 a.m. Central Time, 3:11 a.m. Eastern Time is our official time of capture. We are going to take a brief break. We will be back on air for our installation coverage at
station, Houston on 2 for Cygnus. For all crew, Cygnus Tridar viewing constraints are released.
Houston Station on 2 for Node 1 Nadir CBCS installation.
With you on 2, Jeanette, and if you're looking for a go in step 1.3, that saving is in place.
Okay, copy. Then I'll get started on 1.3. Thank you. Houston Station on 2, the CBCS installation is complete. Go for ground verification.
Houston copies all. Thanks, Jeanette.
Phil, good morning on 2. I know it's a little bit early, but wondering if I could start on my Sable activities. We've all been up a little bit watching these guys capture this other spaceship, so it's been a fun morning.
Good morning, TC. We've been watching with you. We're also excited about that Cygnus capture, and you read our minds. You have a go for that microscope activity whenever you like, but I do have a delta for you when you're ready to copy that.
And we're ready to copy. Go ahead.
So you will not need to gather line item number 4 in the stowage note. That's the inverter GFCI cable. And then there will be a delta to the power chain that I can relate to you when you're in step 1.
Okay, I'll call you when we get there.
Copy, thanks.
And Huntsville on 2. Just to clarify, I'm doing this relocate and then doing stuff with the Sable in Columbus. I don't see the power inverter cable rather, and powering up in step 1. Am I missing something?
And Sunny, our apologies. We thought you were TC calling about your microscope setup.
Aha, okay, no problem. Again, I'm happy to be called TC any day. I will give her your notes, and she will be chatting with you shortly.
Sorry for the case of the mistaken identity, but yes, if you have to be taken for somebody, either one of you are excellent candidates, and you do have a go for your Sable activity.
Johnson Station on 2, good morning. Looking for a go for the backup EA swap, if you can go a little early.
Hey, Mike, good morning. You are go.
Copy that. Great day.
Scottsdale Station on 2 for timeline.
Good morning to the real TC.
Hey, good morning. Is this Emily?
It is good to talk to you today.
Nice talking to you too. I was in the PMM when there was a discussion going on, but I later gushed. So thank you. I think there's no shortage of awesome people up here to be mistaken for. The microscope activity. Did I hear correctly that I could get started a little early on that?
Affirm, anytime you'd like. No rush. We just need it completed before Matt does his microscope reposition.
All right. Well, I got a little bit of runway here on the timeline. I'll get started. Thank you. And I copied no GFCI cable needed.
Affirm, and when you get to plugging things in, we'll give you a delta about where to plug in the microscope.
Great. Thanks.
Station on 2 for a backup jet of A swap.
We're with you on 2, Mike.
That's complete. 1286, 1286 is now in place. 1358 is in the port income. I'm sorry, no 3-port income.
We copy, Mike. Those are good numbers.
Still on 2 for stable.
We're with you on 2.
Yeah, I'm in step 2.8, and the CO2 valve position in the execute note says Y. On my valve, I have open and closed.
Copy step 2.8, you see open and closed and not Y. Checking. Station Huntsville on 2 for Sunny and Sable.
Go ahead.
Sunny, what position is this valve currently in?
It is enclosed. It looks just like the picture in figure 3.
We copy. We are thinking that this was just a miss in the execution note, that Y was actually a placeholder for open or closed. We are still checking.
Okay, and just to make sure I am clear, figure 3 has it in the open position, and the one that I got, serial number 1, it was stowed in the closed position, which is to the left versus down.
We copy all. Thanks for the extra information.
And I'll just be standing by. still on 2 for stable.
We're with you on 2, Sunny.
In the meantime, I'm just sort of, well, I'm waiting for that position. I'm just checking stuff out. And, you know, the short tray, and it says Sable short tray, serial number 01, sticks out past the door foam. It seems like it's too long with the controller, CO2 controller in here.
And we copy. Checking, and we are working a plan to probably have you complete through a certain step, but that gives us a little bit of pause. I will get back to you in just a moment. I'm sorry for the wait.
No problem. I wanted to give you this other issue so we could maybe solve all this at one point in time, because it seems like that short tray is a little too long.
Absolutely. We definitely want to put this in a good config, and that will throw a wrench in things, so to speak.
Houston Station on 2 for plug-in plan, I'll call it.
Hey, TC, we're with you on 2.
Is this Huntsville?
Afer.
Okay, I'm not sure if this question is best for you guys or Houston with the plug-in plan, but so, and I'm slow rolling this microscope stuff because I'm nervous around glass and delicate things. So I'm in 1.7 and getting familiar with the plug-in plan here. This 120 VDC to ADC converter, AC converter, switch 3. I'm looking at PS120 serial number 1001, so I know all paths lead to this one, but just want to double check I'm at the right inverter. Switch 3, it has a label for HD encoder. The switch is on. But what really drove my reason to call is that there's some gray tape over the LED, and I'm not sure why. And all of those things made me want to call and just make sure I'm at the right place.
And we're checking, TC.
Did my call make any sense at all, or did I just jibber all that?
It makes sense. You are not jibber-jabbering.
Thank you so much. I've had to have 3 pouches of coffee this morning, so I'm a little insecure.
Have you called anybody the wrong name yet, TC? I think I'm way ahead of you.
You need 4 pouches, don't you?
Absolutely. Station Huntsville on 2 for Sunny and Sable.
Hey, I'm back with you.
Apologies, Sunny. We do not have our PD on for this, so we had to do a little bit of digging, but we think we have a sort of a plan for you. We'd like you to go ahead and leave that valve open and make sure that you've pushed that CO2 incubator controller to the back of Sable until it's a hard stop. We think that may be what's holding up the short tray.
Okay. So it's in the closed position right now. I'll go to open. I'll make sure this thing is all the way in the back, and then I'll get back to you.
Copy, and once you're done with that, we think you can complete through 2.16, and we'll have you hold there for a while, and you can. We'll call you back when we're ready to close it out.
Okay.
Welcome back to Mission Control Houston, where we are live preparing for the installation of the Cygnus cargo spacecraft for the Northrop Grumman CRS-21 cargo resupply mission to the International Space Station. Earlier this morning at 3:11 a.m. Eastern Time, 2:11 a.m. Central Time, NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic, with NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps as his backup, used the station's robotic arm to successfully capture the Cygnus cargo spacecraft. Now the mission control team here in Houston is going to work to install it to the nadir, or Earth-facing port, of the space station's Unity module. We are providing live coverage of Cygnus's berthing to the International Space Station. Thank you.
You were right. I just needed to push it back a little farther. The valve isn't open and the door is closed.
We copy, Sunny. Thank you so much for your patience. We really appreciate it. Hopefully we'll be getting back to you soon to let you power that on.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
The crew is awake on board, so you are going to be hearing them call down to ground control teams here on Earth. But for our coverage today of Cygnus installation, that is going to be done here on the ground in mission control by the robo console position. This robotics officer is going to be maneuvering the Cygnus spacecraft to its installation site.
Huntsville station on 2 for the microscope.
Huntsville is with you. Huntsville is with you.
Emily, just a little bit more detail on the power chain here. So that PS120 that I just mentioned, 1001, which is plugged into J4 of UOP2. The numbering scheme, by the way, of the UOPs in the lab is not intuitive. Just saying. But anyway, that's a side note. Switch 3 right now is connected to a cobalt brick to the HD encoder. Forget what I said about the tape over the LED. I just took it off. I don't know why it was there. The bigger question is that if I don't need that GFCI, I don't know how I'm going to connect the microscope to this power chain, if this is indeed where it needs to go, if I'm starting at the right place with this PS120. So I'm just giving you more clarifying words on what I'm seeing here as far as the power chain goes.
We copy all TC. So at that PS120, you need to be at the J4 connection, which should lead you to the AC inverter that we're looking for.
Looking at live views of the Cygnus spacecraft. It is currently attached.
Okay, I think I know what I did. I was looking at this is just lots of purple font here. Okay, so J4 of the PS120, and then switch 3 of the inverter.
A firm.
Okay. Thank you.
And at the switch 3, you should see the GFCI connected there, and attached to that GFCI should be a W cable, and that's what you'll plug the microscope into, is the W cable. Copy, thumbs up.
I think I need a fourth pouch of coffee now.
I was only able to relay that because I have very smart people that know what they're doing.
NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson is currently on board the International Space Station working on a separate activity. We do have our space to ground loop going out live on our coverage, so that is why you are hearing her speak with the ground team here in Mission Control Houston. However, on your screen for our coverage today is that installation of Cygnus. So it is attached to the space station's robotic arm. That was done earlier this morning by NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic, while NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps assisted him as backup. They were both in the space station cupola at the robotics workstation. They actually took control of the space station's robotic arm to grapple or grasp the spacecraft. And now it is up to Robo here on the ground in Mission Control Houston to maneuver the spacecraft to that common berthing mechanism. We have a series of different camera views that we're going to be rotating through today. These are brought to us by Cronus, who is sitting next to Robo in Mission Control Houston. Cronus manages the International Space Station's core system, computers, and networks, as well as all of our cameras. We don't have a set time for when that final installation is going to occur. We are just going to be following along with Robo today. For our coverage today, we are not going to refer to this as docking. That is because docking has a different interface. Docking allows for a vehicle to push in, and from there it uses hooks to secure its position. Those docking ports are smaller but allow for a lot of flexibility. Cygnus is, in contrast, going to berth to the International Space Station, and berthing is like installing two spacecrafts together. It's similar to how the International Space Station was originally mated together, so that opening is a lot wider, can take larger payloads through that common berthing mechanism. So our robotics officer is going to guide Cygnus into that what we call ready to latch position. Sensors are going to indicate to him that it is ready to latch, and then we will have a first stage capture followed by a second stage capture for that secure mating. There are 4 sets of 4 bolts, 16 in total. Once that bolt driving is complete, that is when our second stage is going to be complete. As a recap of NG-21's journey to the International Space Station, this Northrop Grumman Cygnus spacecraft launched on Sunday at 11:02 a.m., that's August 4th, on a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket from the Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. The Cygnus spacecraft completed the deployment of its 2 solar arrays at 2:21 p.m. the same day. Shortly after launch on Sunday, the spacecraft performed as designed by canceling a scheduled engine burn due to a slightly low initial pressure reading that was flagged by the Cygnus onboard detection system. However, engineers at Northrop Grumman's Mission Control Center in Dulles, Virginia, evaluated the pressure reading, confirmed it was acceptable, and reworked the burn plan to arrive at the space station on the originally planned schedule. NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic successfully captured the vehicle at 3:11 a.m. Eastern Time, 2:11 a.m. Central Time. This is Northrop Grumman's 21st commercial resupply mission for NASA. NASA's commercial space program has enabled successful partnerships with American companies to resupply the International Space Station, just like today's mission. It is a cargo mission today. There is no crew on board, but we do have over 8,400 pounds of cargo that is being delivered to the crew living and working aboard the International Space Station. Here you can see some statistics of that breakdown. Over 2,000 crew supplies, 2,790 science investigations. We also have spacewalk equipment, lots of vehicle hardware, and also computer resources on board. This vehicle is expected to stay docked to the International Space Station for about 6 months. And then when it does undock, it has a very important role as well. It's going to be loaded with trash and other obsolete hardware, and then it will be safely deorbited and burn up over the Pacific Ocean.
Station Huntsville on Space to Ground 2 for sunny and stable CO2 meter.
Back with you for stable.
Sunny, we got the warm and fuzzy from our PD that the CO2 valve does need to be in the open position, so you're go to finish out step 3 of that procedure.
Okay, we will put it to work, and you just don't want to know what we're talking about up here.
Now I definitely know, or want to know, rather.
NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Tracy Dyson are working on an experiment together on the space station. So that is the voices you are hearing come down on our loop. Again, though, that is a separate activity. Our installation of Cygnus is being done by our robotics officer here in Mission Control Houston. Earlier in our coverage this morning, Cygnus conducted a series of burns. The ADV3, ADV stands for Approach Delta Velocity. That ADV3 burn is our approach initiation burn. That burn allowed Cygnus to position itself directly below the station. Next, the ADV4 burn changed the speed and direction of Cygnus to have it rendezvous to a 250-meter hold position outside the keep-out sphere. Teams polled go for the vehicle to move into that keep-out sphere, and it proceeded nominally up until our capture point when NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic used the robotic arm to successfully grapple Cygnus. We are expecting to have some brief outages during our coverage today. These are normal and expected. As the space station flies around the Earth, those communication paths need to transfer between satellites. So they will hand over that data from one satellite to another as the station orbits the Earth. Right now, though, we have beautiful views of Cygnus. The space station is currently flying over Guinea in Africa. The crew is awake on board and going through their daily activities. However, we are currently in a no exercise time period. This is because we want to ensure that there are no impactful vibrations or movements of the station while the robotics officer works to install Cygnus on the International Space Station. We are headed to the nadir, or Earth-facing port of the Unity module, and that is where Cygnus is going to remain installed for about the next 6 months. After we are installed today, there will be a series of leak checks conducted before opening the hatch door, and then the crew can start unloading the cargo. You'll hear us refer to this spacecraft as Cygnus, also Northrop Grumman's 21st cargo resupply mission, but it is also tradition to name a Cygnus spacecraft after a pioneer in space exploration who is deceased. This spacecraft is named in memory of NASA astronaut Richard Dick Scobie. Scobie was a United States Air Force pilot and Vietnam veteran. He was selected as an astronaut in 1978 and chosen as a
Central Station on 2 for microscope.
We're with you on 2, TC.
Family, I'm in step, let's call it 2.5. I've got the camera installed and on the C-mount back on the microscope. The cap that came off of the camera, I believe it's off the C-mount where the camera installed. It has Velcro on it, and I'm just curious, where do you normally stow this so it doesn't get lost?
We are checking. Station Huntsville on 2 for TC and microscope.
Go ahead for microscope.
TC, is there some Velcro on the microscope itself that you could use to sew that cap?
Absolutely. I just got a little nervous putting it wherever I wanted. So yeah, there's a round piece just maybe 5 inches below the C-mount, and it looks like a perfect place. I wanted to be sure before I left it hanging out there.
We copy your go to put it there, and we can always sew it somewhere else later if we need to, but I think that's a good place for it for now.
Okie dokie. Thank you.
You just heard teams at Marshall Space Flight Center.
Stanley, while I got you, step 2.7 says if phase slider not installed on microscope. I'm not sure what that is. Wait, figure 2.
They are.
All you had to do is ask.
That's right.
They are working with NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson and Sunny Williams, who are currently on board the space station, working on an experiment. We do have those live feeds going out, so that is why you are hearing that separate activity. But on your screen, you can see our live views of Cygnus. This camera view is on space station. This is in that common berthing mechanism looking out at Cygnus. Those lights you see are going to help with the orientation of the alignment of the vehicle. The robotics officer is going to be maneuvering Cygnus to the installation site, so you're going to see that slowly but surely line up together. The goal is to have that guided into what's called a ready-to-latch position. Once it's in that ready-to-latch position, sensors are going to indicate to our robotics officer that it is ready to latch. We will have 2 stages of capture. For that final installation to be complete, we are looking for 4 sets of 4 bolts, so 16 in total. Once those bolts are driven, we will then confirm when that's complete, and that's going to be our second stage berthing complete. We don't have a set installation time for that to occur. We are just following along with our robotics officer. You've already heard some chatter coming down from the space station of astronauts working on experiments, and there are many new ones being delivered on today's cargo resupply mission.
So two for microscope.
Go on to.
And 2.7.2, installing the phase slider. Goes in one direction, open in another. Is that, I assume that label is for the aperture and has nothing to do with the phase slider at all, so I need not operate this thing. True.
NTC, unfortunately, we lost you in a handover, so I got to 2.72 phase slider, and then we just picked back up a second ago.
It's good because I always need practice with my brevity, so this is a real good indicator I wasn't. So, question is, the label aperture just above the phase slider, when it's installed, has below that a knob that rotates a ring just above the phase slider. It says close in one direction, open in the other, and I'm just verifying that that has nothing to do with the phase slider. Number one. Number two is, what position do you want that slider? And it's not evident in that figure, too, so I'm not sure if you are familiar enough to know what I'm talking about. Do more description if you need.
I have eyes on a diagram of the microscope, and we are checking.
Heading back to some science that's arriving aboard Cygnus today is the Packed Bed Reactor Experiment Water Recovery Series. This is going to help us understand gravitational effects on filtration systems. Insights from this investigation could lead to improvements in this technology in microgravity on the Moon and Mars, and also has applications here on Earth, such as water purification and heating and cooling systems. For this experiment, packed bed reactors are structures that use packing of objects, usually pellet-like
Station Houston on 2 for exercise. Just a reminder, no exercise at this time while we press into 2 feet for Cygnus ops.
Mission copies.
A reminder from our Capcom position here in Mission Control Houston for the crew not to conduct any exercises, as Cygnus is going to be brought within 2 feet of the International Space Station.
On 2, back with UTC.
Emily.
So your supposition that the label doesn't have anything to do with the phase slider is correct. That is for the lens itself, and we will be adjusting that during microscope ops, so no need to do anything with that today.
Okay, perfect, thanks. I didn't know if it needed to remain in the closed or position or it didn't matter.
Good question. No action doesn't matter today.
Thank you.
A great view here, as you can see, Robotics Officer Casey Chen is guiding Cygnus over to align with the common berthing mechanism on the nadir port, Earth-facing port of the space station's Unity module. Once Cygnus is aligned with the berthing port, we're guiding it into that ready to latch position. The crew is in a no exercise period. Also important is that we have the thrusters inhibited. So these are automatic thrusters on the space station that keep it oriented in the correct position. We don't want them to go off and interrupt the mission. You might hear that call out, DSATs are inhibited. The ADCO position here, Mission Control Houston, is confirming that those are off. ADCO just confirmed that thrusters are disabled. ADCO stands for Attitude, Determination, and Control Officer. ADCO is responsible for the rotational slate of the vehicle via the International Space Station Motion Control System. They manage the global positioning systems. And we just heard from our robotics officer here in Mission Control Houston that we are about 5 minutes away from installation. We have received the final go from the flight director to install Cygnus. A nice split view on your screen of two different views. These are live views of Cygnus. On the left you can see the vehicle with its two solar arrays deployed, and on the right this is the camera looking out from inside that common berthing mechanism looking at Cygnus. You can see those slow final movements as Cygnus is brought into the space station. Next up is going to be that RTL ready to start driving the latches. There will also be a series of bolts, 4 sets of 4 bolts, 16 in total. Only after that bolt driving is complete do we consider this installation complete. So we will wait to call out.
Go ahead on 2.
Hanley, I got to step 2.11, that one, and the power switch for Sable 2 is already in the on position, and I'm not seeing anything on the display. And in addition to that, I already connected the camera cables while that switch was on. Did I miss this step? I did. Yeah, confession time. So 2.8.1, when it said check, I just read it too fast. I was thinking the microscope because I was working with the microscope. And so I checked that the switch on the microscope was on, but it was actually on the unit, which makes a lot more sense. So did I honk something up?
It's like you don't even need us. You figured out the answer to your question before I could give it to you.
The part about my mistaking the procedure or honking it up. Did I honk something up?
You didn't honk it up. It's 2.8.1 is what you needed to perform.
Okay, so with the connections between the camera and the Sable already in place, am I okay to cycle the switch then, the power switch on Sable 2?
Let me double check.
Emily, by the way, the screen, it's a touch screen, so once I tapped the screen, then the display came alive. So I guess my question is, do I need to power cycle the Sable now that I already made connections, or just move on?
We copy all that Sable is on and that everything is connected. Let me double check.
Munich Matt to Earthshine.
Munich is with you on 2, Matt.
Morning. Execution note indicates ISO of 1,000. I remember that from last time. I also thought I remember a shutter speed change. Confirm the correct settings are ISO 1000, shutter speed 50th.
And copy all, ISO 1000 is correct. Thanks, Matt.
Confirm shutter speed 250. There's not a delta there.
And Matt, shutter speed 250 is correct. There are no other deltas there.
Here in Mission Control Houston, we received a go to push in for that RTL ready to latch position. We are going to wait to start driving those latches until after this brief upcoming handover. Again, this is a expected and planned outage, so we are going to wait for that to pass, and then we will start the berthing process. We are referring to this installation as a berthing because we are joining two spacecraft vehicles. It's a different interface than docking. This common berthing mechanism on the International Space Station, the opening is a lot wider, so it can take larger payloads. This is a similar process to how the International Space Station was mated together. After we have all of those bolts driven, we have our installation complete. Teams will conduct a series of leak checks before opening the hatch door, and then the crew will begin to unload the cargo.
Station Huntsville on Space to Ground 2 for TC and microscope.
It's TC.
TC, when you touch the screen, did you get that message that's in 2.11.2?
No. Not that I saw anyway.
That expected handover period has started. You can see live views now of Mission Control Houston.
Just to be clear, I haven't cycled the power switch on the Sable, so and nor did I touch the screen yet. The screen was blank, asleep, whatever you want to call that state. But and so I think I need to cycle the power switch in order to get to the initialization program.
We copy. And we are still checking. It might be just another minute.
Thanks for the heads up.
Station Houston on 2 for Butch. We have answers to some of your questions on today's timeline when you have a moment.
We just heard confirmation from our robotics officer that we have fully pushed in and we have full RTLs or ready to latch. We are go for full installation. This is the camera view from inside the common berthing mechanism looking out at the bottom of Cygnus. They are fully aligned, and now a series of latches and bolts are going to fully secure it to the International Space Station. We are currently at the first stage of that installation of the RTL, where we are ready to start driving the latches. Our installation will not be complete until that second stage berthing. That's going to be once all of the bolts have been driven. There are 4 sets of 4 bolts for a total of 16.
Right on 2 for timeline.
Hey, Butch, regarding today's activities, for your orange activity, the ULA video recording, that is to retake the video if you were unable to find that video. we checked here on the ground. We couldn't find it in downlink. The only other recommendation for that one that we have is if it's still potentially on the camera card.
Okay, yeah, we'll redo it.
Okay. For the following activity, for the PAO video recording, the intent there is to get that B-roll footage, and if there is no science, the instructions there are in the last sentence of the background for you to mock or demo some science.
Okay, we'll take some of that throughout the next couple of days. I think we'll be doing some pretty neat stuff, and we'll try to get that.
Okay, we copy. And then the last one is regarding the arm. There's a walk-off scheduled in 2 days, so that should be out of the way on Thursday.
We appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You got any other cues for us?
Sorry, say again?
You got any other questions for us?
No questions. Thank you.
First stage capture is complete on Cygnus, but we are waiting for that second stage capture to be complete before we call out that final installation time. Again, first stage capture is complete on Cygnus. We are go for second stage capture.
Station Huntsville on Space to Ground 2 for TC and microscope.
Our first stage capture is complete. We have a go for the second stage capture. Again, that's going to be 4 sets of 4 bolts, 16 in total.
So go ahead, you.
ATC, we do need you to repeat perform step 2.8.1, and then you can skip to 2.11 and finish out the procedure.
Okay, so you said that I can do 2.8, so I'm essentially turning it off, and then skip 2.11?
Skip 2.9 and 2.10 and perform 2.11.
Okay, sorry, there's a fan going off right here. That's probably why I didn't understand that, but that makes total sense. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your patience.
The driving of those bolts is in progress.